There we go. All right. uh, Hello, everybody. Uh, JR here, back with the little special continuation the of my Life is Strange franchise little tier list ranking thing. But yeah, um, in our last video, we got through the soundtracks. So the soundtrack to each game we went through. So this is what the soundtrack tier list looked like. So this is where everything landed.
Asana, a work management platform that helps companies get more done and save more time. Teams can stay connected while they track updates and visualize timelines.
Asana, a smarter way to work. Try it for free today at asana.com.
But so this is where the soundtracks landed. So now we're on the we're continuing the episodes, ranking the individual episodes. So that's took a little bit because since we're pretty much going over pretty much like what happens in the episodes and whatnot, pretty much like breaking down the major significant events that happen. It took a little bit. Some of these will obviously get a little quicker, because in some of these certain episodes and stuff don't have as much going on as some others, so it'll be a little easier to get through them. But definitely some episodes do pack a lot of like material and stuff in it. So we definitely have a thing for that. Let's see. So for right now, we're in the middle of the original Life is Strange episodes. So we got episode 3, is currently the first one at the top of the list. Um, uh, so it's at the top of the list, and then we have and then we have in the A ranks we have the first episode. Uh, the first episode of the original Life is Strange, Chrysalis. We have, and then we have episode two. Um, episode two. Also right next to it. So right now, episode three, Chaos Theory, is pretty much at the top. So that's that's kind of a given. Um, so where we left off was the was the at the end of episode three. Uh, we had the dramatic ending, the dramatic cliffhanger of after Max used her newly discovered power where she can focus in on a photo and go into and pretty much like go into it and go back to that moment that that photo was taken, pretty much. And um and Max used that as a way to to rewrite Chloe's dad, William, her biological dad, his death, so that way he doesn't die. So instead of him taking his car and going to pick up Joyce, Chloe's mom's mom, from the going to pick her up, instead of using his car to do that, since Max hid his keys very well and then he couldn't find his car keys, she ended up convincing him to go use the bus to do it, to pick up Joyce. So because she did that change, when she goes back to the present is a new timeline that was made out of Max changing William's fate in the past. So now it's different. Which led to Max, when she got to the original, back to the present time, she ended up going, wanting to go to see Chloe and see what happened. Which led to not only the confirmation that William answers the door when she goes to the house, so it's like, okay, he is alive. But when William calls Chloe over to see Max, she is in a wheelchair with a breathing tube in her neck. So yeah, even with the saving of William, everything else didn't go well. It's somewhere along the line, something went wrong. Went wrong, clearly. because we saw some of the new events that that the new timeline kind of had, because when you change the events, you get a little picture montage of the timeline changing and the stuff that's being changed and erased and replaced with the new thing that happened. So, so that's what ended up happening there. Also, as I said, the the twist of being in a wheelchair is, if you're observant, you can see that twist coming, because when Max is in front of Chloe's house, if you're paying attention to the backgrounds and stuff, if you're paying attention, you will actually see that they made that they constructed a cement wheelchair ramp for Chloe to get into the house. And it also has I believe a bar too, like on it. So if you're actually paying attention during that scene, you could see that, like, oh, there's a wheelchair. Like, somebody's in a wheelchair. What happened? Doesn't necessarily mean that it was gonna be Chloe. For all we know, Chloe could have been fine, and it was like, oh, they live like a grandparent or something ended up living in the house, so they needed some wheelchair access. I don't know. But no, it turned out to be Chloe in a very horrible, shocking state, which was also amazing, because when they ended that episode after that reveal, and the screen just cuts to black, and episode 3 is done. There's no ending montage to any music or anything. It just cuts to black, and then the episode credits roll. That's it. So they just leave you with that, and it's just like, nope, that's it. We're not even gonna do a montage. We're not gonna do anything. You're just gonna sit on that shocking reveal right at the end. Thankfully for me, when I originally played all these games, I always waited to make sure that all the episodes came out first, so I could play all the way through them. Cause knowing me, especially if I got to like an ending like episode 3, I would be utterly pissed off and want to immediately know what happens next. And if I was playing at the time, I'd be really mad, because that would mean I would have to wait like 2 months or so for the next episode to come out. so I would be heated. So thankfully, I was immediately able to jump into the next thing and immediately get my answers on what's going on. So with that, we are going to be jumping into episode 4 and seeing where that's going to rank in this tier list. So we'll pull up a little refresher here, like we did last time, with the little trailer for the episode, and refresh a little bit of the events of the episode, and seeing where what is in it. go.
This place is the epicenter of creepy. Holy shit. That's kind of scary. We're getting so close to Rachel Amber. We have to finish this. No sign of life. This place is evil. Oh my god! Get off me! I can't believe it's real. How can all of this not be connected to a major storm? This is where my nightmare started. I've got a bad feeling about this. Arcadia Bay is on the edge of disaster. Jesus. What do you mean by dark places? Is the world ending? Run, Max!
What the fuck?
Oh, get off me! Oh no! The storm is coming! You're all gonna die! Did I make the right decision?
Alright, so where is episode 4 anyway? Oh, there it is. I see you. I see you right here. I see you. Yeah. So, as you can see smartly, the trailer doesn't show you, doesn't necessarily show you too much. It does hint at certain things. The biggest thing that does happen in this trailer, well, they don't show it to you in the trailer. They also smartly, conveniently don't show you the section of the trailer, the section of the game that is still in the alternate timeline with Chloe in a wheelchair. Like, they don't show you none of... actually, they show you one small little part that is from that timeline, but they don't show you anything else from that timeline, which is smart. But also, the biggest revelation in this episode is we in episode 4, which is called Dark Room, we find out 100% pretty much what happened to Rachel, also and by extension what happened to Kate, and who is responsible for these things happening. Like, who's 100% responsible. So all the cards are going to be laid out on the table by the end of this episode. So, with that being said, episode 4 does begin at the beginning does begin with Max in the alternate timeline with wheelchair Chloe, which is them pretty much Max going for a walk on the beach with wheelchair Chloe. So she's going. So she's going to. So she's going to. So they're going to a little stroll on the beach. So Max is like walking along while Chloe's like rolling along with the electric wheelchair, which at this point it's abundantly clear that Chloe can't pretty much move anything from the neck down. So clearly with the breathing tube and whatnot, they have some stuff there to make that, for people in that situation to move the wheelchair around without assistance, that they could still do that. So that's pretty much what Chloe has with the electric wheelchair by this point, because it becomes very clear about that. And she could actually still talk, because because in this scene, Chloe and Max are talking back and forth while strolling on the beach. So at the very least, she can conversate, like fully have conversations. And the one scene that the trailer does, that episode 4's trailer did show, was the shot of the beach, the overhead shot of the beach with the dead whales along the sand. Cause at this point with Max and Chloe on the beach, Chloe does comment on the dead whales that are on the beach, and she comments how, like, sad it is, and how she can relate to the fact that the whales can't they can't move themselves back into the water, even though they're fully aware and conscious of like what's going on, but they physically can't get themselves into the water. So Chloe kind of relates the fact that she can't move, that she can't fully move her body anymore, to all those whales. So, which is obviously really sad and depressing, but yeah. So Max is talking with Chloe, pretty much trying to find out. Obviously, the big thing she wants to know is like what happened and why she's in a wheelchair. So pretty much, as the ending montage of episode 3 showed, one of the changes is for one of Chloe's birthdays, her parents bought her a pickup truck, I believe the pickup truck was like this red pickup truck. They showed a picture of it in the montage at the end, towards the end of episode 3 when Max changed everything. So when it's showing you the different changes, one of the things it does show you is for Chloe's birthday, she gets a red pickup truck for her birthday. So, well, it definitely beats the beaten up pickup truck that regular Chloe uses. But in any case, she got that pickup truck, and then at some point after, she was driving a another driver cut her off on the road, and obviously, like, Chloe kind of lost control of the pickup truck, slammed in to a thing, slammed into something, and she got thrown from the pickup truck. The force of it kind of like threw her out, and during the tumble when she hit the ground, she said she felt her spine pretty much snap, and she said that was the last time she felt anything. So pretty much that's how that happened, which happened in between the years of after Max moved away and when she came back to Arcadia Bay to study at Blackwell. So in this timeline, Chloe in the intervening years suffered a debilitating car accident, which left her paralyzed from the neck down, pretty much. So not the best situation. Also, it's a really fucked up and ironic thing that, yes, William survived a car accident. Like, Max prevented him from being involved in a car accident. But somewhere along the line, somebody was going to get in a car accident. Obviously, the difference here is Chloe didn't die in it, but it nevertheless was still a pretty severe outcome. So in any case, move that a little closer. So in any case, so also another thing that Max finds out from Chloe while they're still on the beach is Chloe mentions like weird stuff still happening in Arcadia Bay, because she mentions that that a girl still went missing. Like, some girl went missing, and Max can respond in saying, like, oh, you mean Rachel, like Rachel Amber, and Chloe's response is pretty much like, oh, excuse me, was that her her name, I never knew, I never even met or knew, who the girl was. So, like, she still feels sorry for that she went missing and stuff, but in this scenario, she doesn't have a personal connection to Rachel anymore because they never met. So presumably, uh, so presumably, um, Chloe had her accident. Probably, I would probably want to say when she was still early in her Blackwell days, when she was just starting to go into Blackwell. Like, it was still early enough that she probably didn't make any any friends or anything. Hence why she never she doesn't know who Rachel is or never met Rachel, because the accident most likely happened very early in her going to Blackwell. Because we do know that she did go to Blackwell before obviously in the main timeline we know that she went to Blackwell because she says that she got expelled and stuff sometime before the beginning of the game. So she already so we already know that. And then this timeline, wheelchair Chloe, we know went to Blackwell because because after the beach we go back to the house and we go to into Chloe's new room because because her parents converted, because obviously she's in a wheelchair, she can't go upstairs to where her original room was. So her parents converted the garage pretty much pretty much the probably 75% of the garage they converted into a full bedroom for Chloe. So with a functioning bathroom and everything too. So they literally installed a new bathroom and everything in that part of the garage. So that way Chloe there's no stairs or anything. Plus it also has easy access to the to the section of the garage that they didn't convert, because their house actually has a pretty big garage. So it kind of makes sense that that they were able to convert that into another room. Which is also funny because the half of the garage that they converted into Chloe's room actually in the main point of the game, in the original timeline of the game, that was like David's little office area where he had his files and his computer and his gun rack and stuff were all in that area of the garage. So it's kind of funny that in this timeline, since William's alive and David and Joyce never got together, that area of the garage becomes Chloe's new room. So, but in any case, when we get to the room, we can, do little favors for Chloe, get her some some water to drink and stuff like that. So when we're able to walk around to find some stuff, you can find a letter from Blackwell Academy, pretty much saying how sorry they are that, you know, about the accident and everything, and that they recommend that that Chloe gets like homeschooled because Blackwell Academy doesn't have proper accessibility for wheelchairs and stuff. So it would be, you know, hard for her to continue coming to school. And they also say that they don't have the money to. They also can say they don't have the money to make the necessary changes that would help her be able to go to school. Which they say that they don't have the money if you stole the handicap fund money from the principal's office. If you stole that in this situation, that's kind of the consequence is that they don't have the money. But on the flip side too, which is really fucked up, is if you leave the money, if you leave it there, in this scenario, the letter would state that they, I don't know specifically what it says, but they still recommend that they don't have the facilities to actually do, you know, to help Chloe go to school. And pretty much that they're not even going to bother doing it anyway. Like doing any changes or whatnot. So either way, they still don't even try to help Chloe try to go to school in any way. So even if you take the money or don't take the money, they still don't even do anything. And keep in mind, the envelope that the money was in was labeled handicap fund. And here we have an actual handicapped person, and they still don't do anything. which also confirms too that the money that y'all found was very shady, because as I said before, when we went through when we were going through the events of episode 3, why would the principal have an envelope full of cold hard cash money in his drawer? Because if somebody donates money to a school, I highly doubt it's going to be in cold hard cash unless there's some shady shit going on. Because usually when you make donations or whatnot, it's usually like always like a check or something. So I don't know why he would have, you know, an envelope full of cold hard cash just sitting in the drawer. And have handwritten handicap fund labeled on the envelope. Presumably to make people not question anything too much because of what it's labeled as, but it's like, come on. But in any case, that's how we know that that wheelchair Chloe did at some point still attended school at Blackwell, so that still happened. And it also still happened that she wound up not being, continuing to go to Blackwell. But in this case, it's because of a car accident and not because she got herself expelled. so yeah. But but in any case, we got so two things when we're in Chloe's room helping her with some stuff. First off, uh, we can go. She asks us to put on a movie for them to watch, uh, which she personally requests that Max put on Blade Runner. So that's one thing. So they put on Blade Runner, and she ends up Max ends up falling asleep while watching the movie. But Chloe is still awake. So Chloe was pretty much like watching her like as she was sleeping, which what else is she gonna do? Cuz it's not like she can get up from the hospital bed that she's in. Plus also when they were watching the movie, you actually see that Chloe is actually not really paying attention to the movie. She's more watching Max, which can kind of come off as creepy, but as we find out later, there's a specific reason why she's like kind of really paying attention to Max a lot. Which after Max gets up from falling asleep watching the movie, Chloe, is like, oh yeah, you fell asleep and whatnot, and there's some fun little banter back and forth between them, and then Chloe starts getting starts getting like headaches. So she's like, yeah, I have some medicine for that. Can you but it's upstairs. So can you go upstairs and get it for me so I can to make the pain go away. So at this point you could finally leave Chloe's room and go explore the house pretty much. You could also find Joyce and William in the house, so you could talk to them and see how they're feeling, how they took Chloe's accident and whatnot, and how they're dealing with it and all that stuff. Financially, it's a lot of money. Like you could see the bills, and then William. You could also talk to William about the bills and how much financially it affects them and things like that. So pretty not great. Like obviously medical bills on their own, just regular medical bills, can be a lot of money and annoying. You could imagine in that situation how much ridiculously more expensive it is. Because it's not only the parents that are, because the parents still because they still work and stuff, so they do have a nurse and like doctors and stuff that do come to the house and whatnot, and like check in on her and stuff, and nurses that come in and help care for Chloe, like doing like bathing her and things like that. So yet again, that's even more finances to worry about too. but yeah, so you also end up, so you end up going upstairs to go to the bathroom to get the upstairs bathroom to go get the I believe it's morphine. Is it morphine? I forget what drug. I forget specifically what drug uh, Max is getting for Chloe, but it's something very strong and stuff. By the way, too. So, which comes into play later, but yeah, you get it, and then you can go back downstairs. You go back downstairs. You can also go into Chloe's original room upstairs, and you can actually see the difference, like how everything is kind of cleared out and stuff. Like the bed is like put up and stuff, and some of the like the things like it kind of resembles a I wouldn't say a storeroom because most of the room is like pretty empty, but it is pretty barren of like stuff and whatnot, uh, which is very creepy, especially since in the previous episodes and stuff, you did spend some good amount of time in Chloe's room and stuff. So seeing it without any posters on the walls, without any like graffiti or anything on the walls and stuff, it's like all the furniture, the radio, the computer, like all that stuff in her room. It's very weird. It's very odd. But yet again, driving home how much differences are going on, which is very good detail and stuff that the Dotnod team put into all this. So very good that they continue to be amazing for this. So yeah, so you go back downstairs, you give Chloe the medicine, and it's pretty quick to start taking effect. So she's like, all right, I feel the pain going away, so it's working. Also, Chloe does have like a computer that's in the room also, and they do have like the stuff set up. The computer set up in a way where someone in Chloe's position can still use a computer. So I don't know if any of y'all ever seen the setup of how someone who's paralyzed from the neck down is able to use a computer. But Chloe's computer is set up similar to that. So it's pretty nice that even if she's in the position she's in, she still like does like online communication and like makes like online friends and stuff. So that's kind of cool. So after you give her the morphine and it's working and everything and the pain goes away, Chloe tells Max that that her situation is not getting any better. That it's slowly getting worse, and she doesn't and she sees how much of a financial burden that she is being on her parents. And she asks Max to pretty much help her for assisted suicide, pretty much, by pretty much turning up her medicine and giving her a overdose of medication, which would in fact kill her. So she asks Max to do that, which right off the bat, Max immediately is like, what the fuck are you asking me? Like, I'm not gonna do that. Like, I ain't gonna do that. And obviously Chloe breaks down what's like, girl, I can't do it myself. I can't move. My parents don't like my parents aren't gonna do it, like, at all. Even though I've explained, to them that, that I'm tired of living like this, and I know that my continuing to live is dragging you down, by that Chloe means like her parents. Like, the fact that she's still continuing to live is dragging her parents down, because it prevents, like, her parents can't really do a lot of stuff that they probably will want to do, because they have to, Chloe needs pretty much 24-hour attention. So you could imagine how much of a burden that puts on someone. Like, obviously her parents are like, even when you talk to them, and even when Max talks to her parents and they go over like the financial stuff and whatnot that Chloe's condition has on them, there's still like, even though it's hard, we still want our girl to be here. Like, we still want her to be around. So even leading up to this moment, you already know how her parents feel about her still. So you already know that clearly, obviously, her parents weren't going to do it. So she ends up, so Chloe ends up telling Max, like, please, like, please, you do it. Like, hopefully you can, you know, carry out my wish. So, and Chloe does tell Max that I want, which also is the reason why, during the movie part and whatnot, when they're supposed to be watching the movie, which also explains why Chloe is looking at, is paying attention to Max, the whole time. So, it's because obviously she was preparing to ask Max this at some point. And the reason why she waited a while is because she tells Max that I wanted to make one last happy, genuinely happy memory before dying. So it's at this point that 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 you, the player, now has to make the choice of whether to accept Chloe's decision of either helping her with the assisted suicide or not. And obviously, if you don't do it, Chloe's gonna get mad, and she pretty much will be really mad at you and pretty much be like, I'm pretty sure you don't want to be here anyway. Like, you don't really want to be here anyway, and to get the hell out, and that I don't want to see you, don't want to see you again. So if you don't do it, that's pretty much it. If you do it, then it's pretty much like, it's pretty much like I'm helping, it's pretty much like I just killed somebody. So, like, whether they asked me to or not, you still just killed someone. So, even psychologically, that could, take a toll on somebody, even if it's what the person wanted. So that could still lead to some psychological issues, even if you even do it. And for me, this scene actually hits. This whole part hits me even more now, because I actually had, I didn't have somebody in that situation tell me to kill them, but I did have a uncle that had ALS, or or also you would probably know it as Lou Gehrig's disease. So he had that, and it was very like quick. It pretty much took about probably I think the doctors and nurses and stuff said that it was a couple of like probably like 5-6 months or something for it to get like really really bad, like really bad. And he was in and out of the hospital before that, but by the end he was pretty much like in the hospital the whole time. So we end up getting a call. My father ends up getting a call from the from his from my uncle's caregiver, the person who takes care of him, because he always needed a caregiver even before all this, because he was mentally ill. He had the mind of a kid, like of a child, pretty much. He had like the mind of a child. Like if you tried to talk to him, it was very clear that he, like mentally, he's not there. Cause he pretty much like talked like a kid, like how he talked, like he talked like a kid. Like he would say words and stuff, but like what he says and like the sentences and stuff that he say are kind of like, you know, like kiddie stuff, like yay, and like can I get a radio? Can I get so, like he would apparently he would always say like I want my radio and stuff, because he was on the older side. He was in his early 60s by this point when everything was happening with the LAS. He was in his early 60s. I believe like 61 or some, I believe. But yeah, he was also the youngest. He was also the youngest kid in my on my father's side of the family. So of my father's brothers and sisters, he was the youngest, and my father is the second youngest. So him and my father were pretty close, and he really wanted to he was, because my uncle was so mentally stunted, pretty much, that led to a lot of behavioral problems and stuff when he was younger. And my his mother, my grandmother, who I used to live with before she passed away, like almost 10 years ago at this point. But she had to give him up to the state, pretty much, because she could not, as much as she tried, and she tried very hard, she just couldn't deal with it. Because also at the same time, she had to deal with other children, because my grandmother had hold on. I'm trying to count here. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Like seven. She had. My grandmother had like 7 kids between 2 marriages. So she was like married twice for various reasons. Like those marriages didn't work out, but she had 7 kids between them, including my uncle that I'm talking about and my father. So she had four girls and 3 boys. So we ended up. So when we got the call from my uncle's caregiver, she the caregiver was a girl. She pretty much was a lady. She told my father that he's in the hospital. This is where the hospital is. This is the name of the hospital and all that. And you most likely want to find a way to get here and see him, because over the next couple of days we're gonna wind up taking him off of his pretty much life support, because he couldn't because he was so bad that he could not breathe without being on a machine. Like he had to be on a machine to breathe. Like full machine. Like he had the thing. Like he had what Chloe has with the hole in the with the tube in the throat and whatnot. He had that, but it was still really bad to the that he had to have the full tube like in his mouth, like the thing taped on his mouth, going down his throat and whatnot. Like he had to have that whole thing on. And he was conscious and stuff too, like of this whole thing. Like obviously you can't talk like that, but he was conscious and stuff to like he could still move some things around. He could still move his head around his he could still move around his mouth anyway. Uh cause with the tube in his mouth we could see him like moving like his cheeks and stuff around. So he could still move around without the tube. He would most likely be able to, you know, to move his mouth around. But he and his eyes, he could like move his eyes around. So when we actually found a way to go there and go see him with me. It was me, my father, my aunt, one of my father's sisters, like direct sister, uh, and my aunt's daughter. So the four of us were there. And also my one of my other cousins from my from another sister of from a different another sister of my father's. Her she came too to see him. She actually got there because the hospital was a little closer to where she was, so she was able to get there before all of the four of us got there, because my aunt's daughter was the one driving all of us there. So my other cousin has her own car, so she was able to go there ahead of us. So the five of us got there. We saw him and whatnot, and by the time we got there, my cousin was in the waiting room already, like waiting for us. And when we got there, she was like, yeah, he looks good. Like he doesn't look horrible. They're treating him well and stuff. And he was aware that I was there, and I was like talking to him, and he was responding to what I'm saying to him, and like stuff like that. So that was good. That was encouraging that, you know, we weren't gonna walk into, like, because it's bad enough already, but we weren't gonna walk into something worse. But yeah, so we went in, we got to see him. They said we were going to. So since we were all there, I believe they said that they were going to, because we were able to get there the following day after getting the phone call. The next day we were able to go to the hospital. So they were going to take him off of the machine the day after, right? But since we were all there, they decided they were like, we could do it since you're here. We could take him off of the machine now. So they were able to take the tube out and everything. They had us leave for a minute so that way they can take him off of all the stuff and everything and prepare him. So they were able to. So after they did that, they were like, okay, you can all come back in. So he was able to not have the thing in his mouth. So he was like moving his mouth around, because obviously his mouth was stuck in one position for so long. So he's like moving his jaw around and things like that. He couldn't really. He couldn't talk, so he wasn't able to say anything at all. But he was still reacting and stuff, and because because my aunt and stuff was telling him kisses, 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 and he would make the kissy faces, he would do that. So so he was able to move, because he had paralysis in different areas of his body. So he had half of his body, around where the lungs are, was paralyzed, so hence why he couldn't breathe properly and why he had to be on the machine, because it was affecting his lungs and he couldn't breathe on his own. One of his legs he couldn't move. He could move the other leg cause we like touched his other leg and stuff, and he was able to like move that around. His arms he wasn't able to move really, but he was able to move like a finger or whatnot. Like his fingers he was able to move around a little bit. And then he so after spending some time, like obviously through this whole situation we had like a bunch of like tissues and stuff around, because there was a lot of crying. Like my aunt wasted so many, well not wasted, but she went through so many tissues during that whole like point. Like I went through a couple, my cousins went through a couple. Also by this point, my cousin that had to leave, my cousin that came on her own, she had to leave because she had to do something, and she couldn't cancel it or anything on this short of a notice. So she really couldn't. But you know, she spent as much time as she could with all of us. So she had to leave before they took the tube and stuff out of his mouth. She left. So it was just the four of us during the rest of the visit. So she wound up so after spending some time with him without the tube and whatnot, he's getting like a little anxious, which we were told he would do like before. So he had like some medicine for the anxiety and stuff for the to calm him down. So we told the nurse, can he get something to calm him down? Because he was getting really antsy, because like he was moving like his leg around and whatnot, like it was being like jittery. So they gave him that. He calmed down, and he got into like went to sleep. Like he went to sleep. So by the time he went to sleep, it was already like, even though visitation where he was at is like 24 hours, there's a I think it was like an hour. I think it was like an hour or so, where you would have no visitors, like to give, like kind of like to give the patient some space and some private time, right? And also to give the staff some time to do anything they have to do with the patient, like maybe like give them a bath or anything like that. Like they could use that time to do it in between visiting. So when they were doing that, we wound up taking the time to go out to eat something, to get like a little something to eat in the meantime, and then come back and then see him, right? So we came back. We're in the waiting room waiting, right, for it to be time to go back in. And my aunt and her daughter go in ahead of us, because they're like, we'll like we'll just check in real quick, and then we'll tell you to come in, right? just to, you know, check in on on things and then let us know how everything's going before we go in. Because also the room is kind of like small, so it's not extremely big. Um, so they go in, and then a couple of minutes later, I get a phone call from my cousin saying, you two come in. Like, me and my father, like, come in. So we go in, and as we're going in, one of the nurses tells us that he passed about 20 minutes. They said about 20 minutes before it was time to come back in. So that was uh, crazy. So but yeah, so I can see. So from personal experience, I can see how obviously he didn't like ask to die or anything, but LAS has no cure, so it's pretty much depending on how the disease progresses, it's either gonna be a really slow and painful death, or it's gonna be something very quick and painful. Like LAS is not it's not a painless death. It's pretty depressing and scary to have to pretty much have your body just like shutting down like around you. As I said, like he could still move little bits of his body, but like parts of his body were just shutting off. Like he wasn't able to like do anything. So that's really scary. What's even sadder about the whole situation is because of his mental state. Even because of his mental state, long before any of this was ever even a thing. Because he's always had like the mind of a kid, it's scary that this stuff is happening to what happened to him, and he couldn't even comprehend like what's happening to him, why it's happening to him. Like it was just happening to him and he had no idea what's going on. At like why. So I can't obviously um it's similar in it's similar enough with like Chloe's situation, but you know, in various ways, obviously, it could be worse, but the whole there's enough similarities there that I can relate in certain I can relate on certain aspects of you know what's going on. So so that's a thing. All right. So continuing back to the game now. So regardless of whether you accept Chloe's uh Chloe's asking of you to give her an overdose or not, which would kill her, you because before this moment, in the lead up to this moment, Chloe would ask you to get her a photo album before she tells you what she wants you to do. She asks you to bring her the photo album, right? And you're going through some pictures, so it kind of parallels what Max did with Joyce in the on the dining room table when she was looking through the photo album with Joyce. So it parallels that. And then they get to the photo that Joyce gave Max, the same photo, the photo that William took on the day of the act of his accident, when his accident was supposed to happen. She gets to that same photo, and that's the photo that they stop at, because it's also the last photo that Max and Chloe took together before Chloe left, right? Like it for storyline purposes, it's the last photo that they took together. Because there's also another photo that like an optional photo, because there's like optional collectible photos that Max can take in all these episodes, and some of them can actually like come back in like in the actual environment. Like one of the photos that you could take in the past when you're trying to prevent William from leaving. From leaving with his car keys, you could actually take a photo of Max could take a photo of Chloe, of young Chloe, I believe. And if you took that photo in wheelchair Chloe's room, you can see that Chloe framed the photo. Like she has it like in a frame, like on her dresser or whatnot, on the like other side of the bed, towards the window that's looking out at the backyard. Like she has a photo there. If you did that collectible. If you didn't, then there's nothing there. But so technically that would be the last photo, but for actual storyline, like purpose storyline purposes, that happens no matter what. This is the last photo. So they stop at that photo, and then that's when Chloe presents her with her to ask her for the overdose, and all that happens. So when whether you do it or not, right? Max ends up using that same photo. So so you focus in on the photo again, do the little joystick thing to focus in, and so you can teleport yourself right back to the moment, to that moment again. And this time, what Max does is, obviously, she's gonna let him get the keys and pretty much let his death happen. So she lets his death happen, and she also takes the photo that she used, and the photo that was just taken. She takes it and she puts it in the fireplace, and the fireplace has a fire going already. So she pretty much dumps the photo in the fire to make sure to burn it, so that way when the timeline resets back to what it was, that photo doesn't exist. So that way she's not she's trying to eliminate any temptation to ever do that again. Hence why she burns the photo, to make sure that she can't do it again. And before the timeline resets, after she burns the photo and William leaves and whatnot, like, Max is, like, depressed this whole time. And because she knows what's going to happen. So she's already, like, emotionally depressed about it. So she ends up, so Chloe, young Chloe, is like looking at Max, and she's like, "What's wrong? Like, why are you looking like that?" Like, it almost she even says it almost looks like you're acting like you're never gonna, like, see us again, and, like, stuff like that. And she pretty much tries to encourage Chloe in a way. Like, she's not telling her what's gonna happen, but she's pretty much telling her, like, even if I leave and I'm not around, that doesn't mean I don't care about you and I don't love you or anything. Like, don't ever think that me not being here, like, if I'm not here, don't think that doesn't mean that I don't care or anything. So with that little kind of, like, trying to be motivational speak, which Chloe is so confused during this whole thing, because the whole time Chloe's like, I have no idea what she's talking about. Like, what's going on? Because there was also a line earlier, as Max is burning the photo, like, throwing the photo into the fireplace so it could burn, where young Chloe is telling William that like, oh, Max is not gonna leave me, is like never leaving me, which William responds to, like, well, that makes both of us. Which, as you know, technically both of them do. Because Max moves and William gets killed. So one of them leaves permanently. But one of them is able to, come back. But yeah, so after the motivational speech that Max makes to young Chloe, the timeline resets again, and you see the montage again with the photos burning what happened, and then the new thing appearing, right? So it does that again, but obviously it's burning away and being replaced with what the previous picture was. So it's pretty much showing you that the timeline's resetting itself. The original events are happening all over again. And then when you get towards the end of the montage, the pictures start being replaced with certain things that have happened leading up to the present time, because it shows a picture of Chloe and Max taking upstairs this big piece of wood, like this big wooden piece, which if you've gone to like the backyard and stuff in the present timeline when you were in Chloe's house before, and you were able to go to the backyard, you found this big piece of wood that young Chloe and Max drew on. So it has like this big like rainbow and like people and stuff like around. So it's like this nice like child's drawing type of thing on this big thing of wood. So you see a picture of them taking that like upstairs, and clearly they're taking it to Chloe's room. So once that picture happens, Max wakes up in her present body. She's in Chloe's room, and she's standing in front of the big wooden board. And then she turns around, and then she's waking up and she's like, trying to figure out where she like okay, I'm back type of thing. Like she's not saying anything yet, but you could tell like how she's moving, like she's trying to assess where she is. And then she turns around and she sees Chloe on the like blue-haired Chloe, like regular punk blue-haired Chloe on the computer, like typing away. Because Chloe in the wheelchair didn't have blue hair, she just had like her natural hair. So obviously, like the whole punk look and like stuff, like obviously happened later. But since the timeline was changed, none of that stuff happened. So Chloe never like dyed her hair or anything. But now everything is back to the way it, for the most part, everything's back to the way it was. So she's, so she got her blue hair there, she's typing away on the computer, and Max, after Max turns around and sees her, she pretty much runs up behind her and gives her like a big hug from behind while she's on the chair. Which, depending on if you did the kiss or not with Chloe earlier in episode 3, if you did the kiss or not, Chloe either tells you if you did the kiss, she'll tell you, hey, down girl, you get one kiss from me and then now you're all over me. She either tells you that, or if you didn't do the kiss, she pretty much tells you like, hey, calm down, you already had your chance. Like, you already had your chance, type of thing. So that's really funny. So either way, after the hug, Chloe tells you, after whatever comment she makes, she tells you that, like, are you okay? Like, and she's like, yeah, and Max is like, yeah, I just don't know what, like, I'm just a little out of it, like, what are we doing and stuff, and she's like, and she kind of fills her in on what was happening. She's like, yo, we found out some clues. We got some clues together, and we were avoiding David and whatnot in our investigation and stuff. Came back here to get to start piecing everything together, because on the big board, they already ended up like pinning their clues on the board, like pinning them up on the board and trying to like lay out all their clues and try to piece things together with what they already have. So, which explains why they wound up taking the board up to the room, so that way they could make like a little like one of those little crime boards where you pin up a bunch of stuff and then you take like the red wire or something, like the thread, and you try to like connect things together. That's kind of what they're setting up, like they're trying to do. But they don't have all the pieces yet, so all they do is just have them pinned up on the board. So Chloe tells her like this is what we're doing. It was like, did you forget that we went over this already? And then she also tells her, like, I hope, and Chloe also tells her that I hope you haven't been messing around with time while I was sleeping. And then Chloe goes back to her computer to like continue her search for certain like information and stuff to try to piece things together. And she and Max is like and Max pretty much tells her like, no, not anymore, because technically she was messing with time, going back in time. So yeah, she does all that, and then Max is like, okay, this is where I'm at, this is what we've done so far. Also, what this gives us a clue in is that when Max does these time traveling things, when she goes into like these other timelines and stuff with the picture stuff, when she does that, her consciousness is what travels, like not her entire physical body. Her physical body is still in the other timeline. So it seems like her physical body has like a temporary consciousness. Like it gets replaced with like a copy, like almost a copy of her consciousness, right? Like whatever her consciousness was at the moment where she went back to a thing, that consciousness gets copied and stays in the body while the main consciousness goes off to the different timeline. Which explains why when she comes back to the original timeline, why Max has no idea what happened. Because the original consciousness didn't experience the moments that came after the copy was made. So when the original comes back into the original into the body again, it's like the original consciousness overwrites the copy. So anything that happened in between all that time, she has no memory of. Which is why Chloe had to kind of like fill her in on like what happened since what happened recently type of thing. Like tell me what current events have been happening. So that's why Chloe had to like remind Max what they were doing. So now Max is like, okay, so now I understand what we're doing, what's going on right now. So now she looks at the board. So she gets up to look at the board, look at what she has, goes over the clues that they have so far. And it's at this point you could click around the board and like look at what you have so far, right? So then Max is like, okay, we still need some major pieces of information. Like we have some clues, but we need the last couple that's gonna piece this together so we can finally figure things out. So we come up with the plan of like, okay, we need to go and find out information on 2 people. We need to go to find out what information Nathan has. And we need some more information on Frank, about what Frank has. So we got some stuff from Frank, but we need more information. Like we need his like drug related information, like drug deals and like things like that, and like where he was at during certain like times and dates and things like that. Like we need that type of stuff. Because before, the only thing we got from him when we snuck into his mobile home was the Rachel stuff. But we need now like his business stuff, because we need to know more about like his business ties, because since we're dealing with drugs and stuff, we need to see like who's buying drugs from him around what time and things, so we can try to narrow down who may have kidnapped Rachel and who kidnapped Kate. And we already know that Nathan is involved because Kate told us that from the party, Nathan was the one that took her out of the party. So we still know Nathan is involved in something here. So we get so for the first thing, we end up going to we go to Nathan first. We go to try to find out stuff for Nathan. So we go to the dorms, because we're gonna try to get into Nathan's room in the dorm. So we're gonna go to Nathan's room. So we go into the dorm. We could obviously we could talk to everybody and whatnot. We have a little have a little interaction with Chloe and Max have a little interaction with Mr. Jefferson. So this is the first moment where Mr. Jefferson and Chloe are actually talking to each other and whatnot. So it's like a little like moment and whatnot. And you could ask him like where Nathan is and like things like that and stuff. Which Jefferson is like I saw him earlier, but he's not here right now. So now you got information that like, okay, the room is clear. Like Nathan's not in his room right now. So if we're going to sneak in, we got to do it now because he's not here. So we get into the dorm. Chloe winds up. Chloe says, "I'm gonna be lookout at the door, at the main door, and I'll let you know if I see Nathan coming back or anything like that." Right? So Max goes to find. Oh, also, I almost forgot. I almost missed a major thing, which I kind of forgot because you could actually miss this scene if you didn't do one particular thing. Hey, because if you didn't do so before, when you leave Chloe's room to go to the dorm, before you do that, if and this is a big if you saved Kate and you were able to talk her down and not talk her down from committing suicide, if you were able to do that at the end of episode 2, Max will say, before we go to the dorm, on our way to Blackwell, can we stop over the hospital? Because I want to good. Because I want to say hi to Kate and see how she's doing. So Chloe and you end up going to the hospital, and Chloe's like, okay, I'll sit out here because there's like a chair or whatnot in the hallway outside the room. So she's like, okay, I'll sit here and I'll wait for you to see Kate and whatnot, right? And again, Chloe apologizes because she's like, because if you accepted Kate's phone call when you were leaving the diner in episode 2, if you accepted her phone call, and Chloe obviously gets mad because you accepted the phone call, and she has like a little argument with Joyce because of it and whatnot. You don't hear what the argument is, but you could see them in the background like arguing. But Chloe at this point will like apologize for that. Well, she'll apologize again because technically during the montage at the end of episode 2, you see that Chloe sent Max like an apology, like text message and stuff, which you can see this also in the text messages, because you can actually go into your menu and actually see text messages that Max has with the various characters. And you could see text messages from Chloe. And some of these text messages are actually dated and timed to and some of these are like obviously you get text messages during the like as you're playing, in the middle of as you're playing, when certain things happen and people are trying to talk to you, right? But when you start new episodes, when you start like the next episodes and stuff, you could actually go into your text messages and actually see that people were texting you in between episodes. So you could kind of get an idea of what like Max and other characters were doing in between episodes, which I think is really, 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 really cool. So because it puts on like it puts on the illusion that even when you weren't playing, the characters' lives were still happening. Like stuff was still happening in between episodes that you didn't see, which is pretty cool. But you can read about them in like the text messages and things like that. And there's also like diaries and stuff, entries that Max writes in her journal, so you can see like read like little comments of what she thinks about certain people, and things in the journal kind of change depending on the choices you make and events that happen as the game goes on. So that's like a general thing of like something really cool that they do throughout the game. But cause it's funny too, because in that because in those text messages, if you gave Chloe the kiss in episode 3, if you gave her the kiss in episode 3 and you look at your text messages, you will find that there are obviously some text messages before text messages like after and stuff. But you will see that at when Chloe texts you after that, if you did the kiss, like there will be some teasing in the text messages, and Chloe will like it's kind of jokingly, but you could kind of tell that if you go down the romantic route, you could tell that Chloe is mainly, it's coming off more jokey, but you could also tell that she's kind of serious too. Like she'll tell you like marry me type of thing. And Max's response is like I believe they're in Oregon, and then cuz since they're in Oregon, I believe she says that at the time Oregon didn't have same sex laws, because I believe within the world of the game, I think the game takes place in 2013. Like the game came out in 2015, but within the world of the game, the game takes place in 2013. Because you could read that in the text messages and certain newspapers and stuff. You could see what the dates are, like the timeline of events. So you Max tells her in the text messages that that's still illegal here in Oregon. And Chloe's funny response is like, well, we could elope then. Which is actually pretty funny. But yeah, it's so before you go in to see Kate, Chloe apologizes again. Like sincere, like she's very like serious and like sad about it. Like she's like I'm really really sorry that I came at you with with Kate and because you accepted Kate's phone call and I'm I had no idea like what she's going through and stuff. Cause from Chloe's perspective, when she does that, she just assumes that Max is just choosing to talk to another friend of hers and not like and not paying any mind to like Chloe. So, because at the time, Chloe still hasn't gotten over the whole like uh, moving away and like leaving her at a very vulnerable uh, uh, point in her life when she really like needed a lot of support. Um, which clearly Chloe's mom Joyce was not giving Chloe uh, any support either, because also she was also dealing with her own grief too and trying to deal with that on her own too, because you know it was also her husband and everything, and obviously she knew William for much longer before they had Chloe and stuff too, so there's her own mental state that she needs to get through. So clearly neither one of them were in the mental position to like really help each other. So Chloe really needed some outside help that she did not get. And Max would have been that, but since Max moved to Seattle, moved all the way to Washington from Oregon, she clearly was not going to get that. Especially being there in person. Which, yeah, you could probably like text, you could probably call, but the physical aspect was not there. And sometimes in moments like that, you really need um a physical person there to help you. But yeah, Chloe's like, you know, I didn't, you know anything, but and stuff like that, and I apologize, I'm sorry. And Max, as the extremely caring person and stuff that she is, especially if you play her as a legitimately caring person, Max is like, don't worry about it, I understand, and stuff. And Chloe also tells her and to tell Kate that we're gonna nail Nathan to the wall for anything he's done. Like we're gonna get him type of thing. So she goes she goes into the hospital room. She has uh she has a nice heartfelt reunion with Kate, because Kate's in she's not in the hospital bed anymore. She's sitting on a chair and she's like drawing. Because she likes to draw. Because when you're in her room, you see that she used to draw and everything, but since everything that happened, she's kind of like not been in the mood. But now that you see her in the hospital and then you see her like drawing and stuff, it's like, oh, so clearly she's a lot happier and she's in a lot better of a mood now. So it's one of those little things that if you're like observant, you could put together and get a feel for what the mood and the mental state of certain characters are without them having to tell you that. Um, but yeah, so Kate gets up from drawing and comes to Max and gives her a hug, and obviously says thank you and stuff for being able to for talking her off the roof and everything and all that stuff and whatnot. Which is also the little thing of sometimes people who survive suicide attempts. Most of the time, I believe, like they have regrets of trying to do it in the first place. So Kate's like doing a similar thing, like apologizing to Max and like thanking her and stuff. Uh, you also come to find out that 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 Kate and some of the students and whatnot have sent her like well wishes and like get well cards and things like that. And Kate gave one also. So, I mean not Kate. Victoria gave Kate like a get well card and stuff too. And and Kate is such a nice person that she's like I honestly think Victoria is very genuinely sorry about what happened and stuff, which yeah, her using the Kate situation earlier in episode 3 during when you're eavesdropping on a when you're unintentionally eavesdropping on a conversation between her and Jefferson in front of the school, where Victoria is trying to solicit Jefferson with sex to try to win the photo contest and stuff, doesn't necessarily, make make it sound sincere. But also before that, during the ending montage of episode 2, you do see her in her dorm room like really upset and crying and stuff after the events of what happened with Kate. And that's regardless of whether Kate survives or not. So you're kind of in between at that point, like, is she genuinely sorry or not? You can find, depending on what you do later, you can find out from Victoria also if she genuinely is sorry and stuff like that. So, but we'll get to that when we get there. But she goes to so you catch up with Kate, ask her how she's feeling and everything, that she's doing much better. She also asks about how her rabbit is doing, because no matter what you do, Max ends up like taking care of Kate's rabbit. Because when you go to Kate's room to give her back the book you borrowed in episode 2, you do find that that Kate does have like a pet rabbit in her room, which is pretty sweet. But yeah, she's so she does that. She has you also tell Kate an update on like your investigation and tell her that you've been, trying to find out what's going on with her and everything and what happened to her and stuff. and that you're getting closer and you're trying to find out what Nathan knows and stuff. And she actually Kate actually offers to help you, like, try to find out some information. Presumably, like, over her phone, or, like, her phone, like, the internet or something. Because she can't leave the hospital or anything anyway. Right now. Because she says that she's going to be able to leave the hospital soon, but... So... They don't state how soon, but soon. However long that means. But obviously she can't leave and find out anything. But she's gonna find out some information or whatnot. She also tells, so after you tell each other all that stuff, you tell Rachel, like, goodbye. I mean, not Rachel. You tell Kate. You tell Kate goodbye. You leave the hospital. Chloe is already standing up and ready to go, and she asks Max, like, how is Kate? And Kate says, I mean, not Kate, and Max tells Chloe that, you know, she's good, she's still herself, she's kind of back to, you know, the insinuation is that she's back to her usual self. And Chloe's like, good, that's great. And she ends up, and that's when you go to the dorm to get into Nathan's room. All right, so after doing that, doing all the courtyard stuff and whatnot, getting into the boys' dorm. Chloe offers to be lookout by the front door of the dorm in case anybody comes in. She could let Max know to, like, get out of the room or something and whatnot. So now Max has to find a way to get into the room. And first of all, she has to find out what room is Nathan's. Which could be very easy, because you could find it out two different ways. There's, like, a dorm map on the wall that you could find that has labeled whose room is what, which you might already know to look out for, because the girls' dorm has a similar thing. So you probably used it when you were in the girls' dorm before to find out where, like, Victoria's room is, where's other students' rooms are that you can go into. So you could find out Nathan's room from that, or if Kate's alive and you visited the hospital and came back, you visit Kate in the hospital regardless. By regardless, I mean if she survived, you go to the hospital anyway. You going to the hospital is not a choice in that scenario. You wind up doing it anyway. So if Kate's alive, after the hospital scene and you get to the dorm and you get inside, since Kate offered to help you, she'll actually send you a text message and pretty much tell you exactly what Nathan's, like, room number is and, like, stuff like that. So it's kind of a little cool, a little sweet that Kate Kate could play a little small part in you finding out big information on what Nathan's connection is to everything. So it's kind of funny that she participates a little bit in getting her potential abuser some justice, which is pretty cool. Ow. Okay. And whatchamacallit? So anyway, you go to so you have once you know where Nathan's room is, you have to figure out a way to get in because his room is locked. Like obviously his room is locked. I think there may be multiple ways to get into the room, but the obvious way to get into the room that even the trailer showed you was Max getting a fire extinguisher and pretty much breaking the doorknob that has the lock and stuff on it, like breaking it, so that way she's able to get in. Which is also a funny little trick too, is that for whatever reason, if you want to make it seem more sneaky, you could do the principal office trick again here by breaking the door, going inside, and then rewinding while you're inside, so that way the door is locked again. But then you can unlock it from the inside when you leave. So you could do that trick again too if you want to be more stealthy and not leave any evidence of breaking and entering, which is kind of funny. Even though I believe it doesn't really matter after this, so it's just a funny little thing that you can do. But yeah, so you get there, so you get inside. You find out Nathan's room is pretty damn creepy. Plus, it also has, like, expensive stuff. Like, he has, like, an expensive printer and whatnot. But considering he comes from a rich, wealthy family, of course he's going to have expensive shit in there. So you have, like, these weird pictures and stuff that he has on the walls and stuff, which has like a bondage type of theme going on, like some pretty like dark imagery type of stuff, which even more confirms how mentally unstable he is, like his mental issues. You could also discover like some medication and stuff that he's taking and stuff to try to help with it, which obviously isn't working. But you could see that he's on like a bunch of stuff. But it isn't the evidence that you're looking for. But then you discover that he has a couch in his there's a couch the couch that's in the dorm room, that's in the room, has like markings on the floor. So clearly the couch is being repeatedly moved. So you're like, okay, let me move it and see what's behind the couch. And then you find taped on the back of the couch inside I believe like a Ziploc bag. He has like a phone and stuff in there. So clearly he has like a separate phone to do some shady shit. Because if you're not doing shady shit, why are you taping it to the back of a couch? It's kind of weird. But yeah, so he does. So you find it, and you're like, okay, so there has to be some sketchy shit on this phone. So you take it, right? You go. The phone also in the bag is some like papers and stuff. So you have a phone, you have some weird papers that are in the bag with the phone. So you take it, you leave, you show Chloe like, yo, this is what I found. And Chloe's like, oh shit, this is like crazy. So it's like, oh, okay. And then right before you and Chloe can like leave, Nathan comes because now Chloe's distracted by by Max calling to her and being like, what I found. So Chloe wasn't watching the door, so Nathan was able to come in and be like, what the fuck you're doing here? Type of thing. So obviously, like, he's really mad. I don't believe he knows that you stole anything, because I believe you quickly like put it away when you saw like Nathan. So in that split second, like he didn't. I don't believe he saw that you took anything. But he's pretty upset that to see you anyway, to see the both of you. So he's getting really upset. Hey. So he's getting really upset. He's really mad. So he's about to get physically. Oh no, you're good. You're good. So Nathan's about to get physically pissed off, like getting physical now. Like he's gonna get physical again. So right when he's about to like start laying hands on people, Warren comes in because we're in the boys' dorm. So luckily Warren, I guess, was in his room and was hearing the commotion of like Nathan yelling and everything. So obviously he's gonna leave to be like, what the fuck is going on? So luckily he heard it, so he came out, and obviously he can see that it's Max and Chloe, and especially Max. So he's like, he puts himself in the middle of everything, gets involved, and he's like, bruh, what the fuck? So Nathan gets mad. He's about to gets even more mad. He's about to start laying hands on Warren, because remember, he already beat the shit out of him before. He already gave him the black eye before. So Nathan is about to do something, and then Warren, like a G, gives him a headbutt, which is what Nathan did before. So Warren gives Nathan the headbutt. Nathan falls to the floor, and Warren almost knocks himself out because, yeah, he gives him the headbutt, but Warren's like a little groggy from doing it. So clearly Warren doesn't have the thickest of skulls for that. So he does that. Nathan falls on the floor. Obviously he's even more mad because he just got hit. So he immediately goes to pull out his gun. So Nathan pulls out the gun, but very quickly Warren kicks his hand holding the gun, and the gun falls, slides over to the side of the hallway. So it falls like farther away from Nathan, so Nathan can't like grab it. And it's at this point that after Warren kicks the gun away, he starts kicking the shit out of Nathan, like in the stomach and everything. And it's at and meanwhile, through all of this, Chloe and Max are just like in disbelief that any of this is happening. That like Warren is doing any of this right now. So they're kind of like, what the fuck? And then it's at this point Max can choose whether to stop stop Warren from continuing to kick the shit out of Nathan. So you could get Warren to stop or not, or just let it go. Now, if you let it go, if you let Warren continue to kick the shit out of him, he'll still stop kicking the shit out of him, but instead of kicking him, he'll upgrade to mounting him and start punching the shit out of him in the face. Similar to what Nathan did to him earlier. And he'll continue to punch him, and he'll be like, bro, how do you like it? Do you like it now? Do you like how this feels? This is how it feels to bully the shit out of people and whatnot. Like what you did to me, what you did to Kate, what you do to Max, he's just letting out all the anger, all the built up anger and stuff that he has. He's just letting it out on Nathan right now. Which pretty much goes to show how much of a bully Nathan was even before the beginning of the game. So it's very clear Nathan was bullying Warren and everything long before the game even started. So eventually, after Warren continues to beat the shit out of him, Max will still call him off after a little bit. Especially once Warren starts crying and begging, Nathan starts crying and begging Warren to stop. It's at that point that Max shoos him off of him and be like, that's it. He's done. He's down. He's good. And then you can see you could see Nathan on the floor, still crying and in a fetal position, pretty much curled up on the floor. And he's crying and he's saying I'm sorry. He's crying and stuff. It's an extremely humbling moment, because usually with a bully, when you stand up to a bully, sometimes you quickly find out how soft a bully really is. And that's pretty much what happens in this case, if you let Warren continue to beat him up. And also, after Warren gets called off, Chloe will actually pick up the gun that Nathan had. She'll pick it up, so now she has another gun with her. So if you don't do it, if you immediately tell Warren to back off when he's kicking Nathan, Nathan will end up getting up, still very mad, but he's beaten up enough that he just picks up the gun. That he just picks up his gun and he just leaves. He talks shit and stuff as he's leaving, but he just picks up his gun and leaves. Thankfully, he doesn't try to shoot anyone, but the point is, he still picks up his gun and goes to his dorm, I guess, to lick his wounds. But you do that. But yeah, it personally for me, I usually let Warren uh beat the shit out of Nathan, because even though we start to kind of get an understanding of why Nathan is the way he is, it doesn't excuse any of the shit that Nathan does at all. Like, there is no excuse for what he does. So, and it's at that point where it's like you have to humble him somehow. And unfortunately, the thing with letting Warren beat the shit out of him, unfortunately, is the humbling experience that Nathan needs. So it's unfortunate, but it's like, hey, that's how it goes. But either way, after the Nathan confrontation, Max and Chloe and Warren leave the dorm. Warren is kind of a little coming off of the adrenaline of what's going on from having a gun pulled on him, immediately kicking it away, and then raging on Nathan and all that stuff. He gets a little shocked by it, because he's like, I had no idea I had any of that in me and stuff. And he kind of offers to kind of like tag along with Max and Chloe. But Max and Chloe kind of talk him down, and they're like, what we're doing can potentially be dangerous, and you already went through a dangerous situation just now. So we don't want to get you any more involved than you already are. So just like lay low and stay out of the way, and try to try to stay safe, type of thing. Which is fun. Which Warren does do, but he also says like if you need anything, just let me know, type of thing. So Warren's definitely going through several battle scars going on in the game so far, from the black eye to the psychological stuff that's going on with him, with the raging that he was doing and all that stuff. Like he's going through it a little bit. Even though I don't consider him as a good romantic option for Max, Warren is he's still genuinely, I feel, a nice guy. So yeah, he goes off, and once he's far enough away, Chloe, with the only fucking line, she just looks at Max and she's like, boy, that boy is so fucking in love with you. And Max, not missing a beat, immediately comes at her with, I know. like the sarcastic, I know. Which, come on, to be fair, it's like, Warren wasn't being subtle. Yeah, he wasn't explicitly saying anything, but it's a very obvious thing that you can tell. So it's funny that Chloe immediately just points it out to her and is like, girl. And Max is just like, girl, I know. Like, I know. I know. But that's funny. So after that little Warren interaction in front of the school, they're like, okay, we got Nathan's phone, his secret phone and stuff. We got some information from him. Now we need to get information from Frank. So now we need to get more information from Frank. And Max is like, okay, how are we going to find Frank and meet up with him? Like, how are we going to find him and do that? And Chloe, without missing a beat, she's texting on her phone, and she's texting Frank, and she's like, Frank told us to meet him by the beach. And Max was like, how the fuck did you convince him to do that? And depending on if you stole the handicap fund money or not, she'll tell you that, oh, I just told him that I have the money I owe him. So whether you actually have the money or not, that's what Chloe uses as a way to get to find out where Frank is to meet up with him. And that is so now you just go to the beach to find out Frank, what's going on with stuff from Frank. So you go to the beach. You tell Chloe. Excuse me. Before you get out of the car to talk to Frank, you tell Chloe that this is gonna be obviously a very tense situation, and it's probably gonna get very heated. Try to keep yourself calm. And you have to make sure to make that very clear to Chloe. That keep calm. Like try to think. Don't go off of your emotions. Try to think before you do anything. No matter what happens. So Chloe's like, all right, and she also takes the gun. Whether she takes the gun that she's takes the gun that she took from David's gun stash, whether she has that one or the gun that she picked up from Nathan. If you let Warren beat the shit out of Nathan and Chloe takes the gun, she'll have one of those guns. If she has both of those guns, then she just takes the gun that she took from Nathan then. So unfortunately, it's not like if you have both guns that Chloe ends up going like dual pistol type of thing. That would have been funny if she actually did end up like being dual pistol type of thing. Like, yeah. That would have been funny. But no, she just takes Nathan's gun instead. So she takes the gun. She doesn't have it in plain view. She has it hidden just in case things get too out of hand. She has like protection. Because yet again, during the junkyard, when things got heated, Frank pulled out the switchblade and stuff and threatened to like stab Chloe and things like that. So obviously, Chloe knows if things get heated, Frank may get violent, so we need some type of protection just in case. So that's why she's taking the gun. So hopefully you don't need it, but that entirely depends on you as the player, because when you talk to Frank, when you start to talk to Frank, depending on certain responses that you make during your conversation, things can get heated if you say the wrong things to him. And they could get heated to the point of mildly, you could potentially just shoot Frank in the leg. If things get mildly heated, you could shoot him in the leg. Or if things get extremely heated, you could end up shooting him in the chest and killing him. Which before that, before you potentially like shoot him in the chest, you can actually the dog will come out of the mobile home, and the dog can attempt to run up to Chloe and Max, and Chloe can end up shooting and killing the dog too. So things can go south in a very horrible ways, depending on what you do. So from the outset, you can start the conversation in a good way. If you have the money, if you took the money, the handicap fund money, if you took that money, you could give Frank some of the money to pay off the money that Chloe owes him and whatnot, and that will start things off on a good baseline. That could start you off at a good baseline. But then from there, there's other prompts that you have to be more careful and mindful with of what you say to him. Some of them are way more obvious that they're the wrong thing to say. Because there's one response where you could just blatantly tell him that, like, yeah, we broke into your fucking, like, mobile home and shit like that. Like, there's very obvious dialogue options that are very obvious, like, why the fuck would you even say that? Like, are very bad. So it's not extremely hard to fuck up this conversation, but there's still some, like, curveballs thrown in there that you may get suckered into saying the wrong thing. So, but in any case, if you say the right things, you can convince, which is kind of playing up the Rachel stuff and Rachel being missing, and playing up the fact that we're trying to find out what happened to her and where she is and all this stuff. So you could play that up to him, which you will come to find out during this conversation too, when you're going down that route, how much he actually cared and gave a shit about her. So he winds up being like, okay, you know what? If there's a chance that both of you can find Rachel, then I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna bet on you. So he ends up giving them his like drug paper, like his drug paperwork, like who he's dealing to, what their names are, what drugs they're getting from him, when they did, like the breakdown. He gives them the paperwork, the full breakdown of everything. So he gives them that, and then they leave, and Frank goes back into his mobile home, and everyone just leaves. If you did very poorly, and you shot him in the, if you got the part that you shoot him in the leg, he ends up just giving you that stuff because you pretty much just shot him, so he's like giving it to you under duress. So, obviously, if you end up killing him and the dog, you end up searching his dead body for it and getting it that way. So, so either way, you go back to Chloe's house. You go back to Chloe's room to lay out the new information that you got from Nathan and that you got from Frank. Now, if Chloe killed Frank, she's gonna be like in a fetal position on her, like sitting like this, like upright in the fetal position on her bed, like really distraught and like in shock and upset. Rightfully so. She just killed a dog and a guy, which she was already like in shock and stuff, like immediately after everything happened. Because the shooting of the dog and Frank pretty much happened like back to back. Because it's the reflex of like the dog's running towards them, shoot the dog. And then in the reaction to the dog getting shot, Frank makes a move towards them, and Chloe instantly just shoots him when he makes a move forward. So that's literally like in the span of a couple of seconds. She just killed both of them. So she gets really shocked immediately after, but Max is like, we have to get the information off of him and whatnot. And then they quickly get the information, and then when they get back to the room, that's when everything is settling in with Chloe, and then she just is like on the bed and whatnot, like all rightfully depressed and shocked. But if everything goes well, instead Chloe is at the computer, ready to look up anything that Max might need in piecing together what's going on. If she killed Frank, then Max has to do a little additional like dialogue with Chloe to try to convince her to get to finish finding out what happened. So you have to do that. But if you convince her, then she gets up off the bed and walks over to the computer and stuff. But since thankfully I like to make sure Frank and stuff does not, like, nobody gets killed or hurt, everything is fine. So it's at this point you have to do, which can be annoying. Like, this part can be annoying, where you have to do some puzzles of like trying to connect the dots of like how these pieces fit together. And it can get annoying because you have to sift through a lot of information that's red herring information that doesn't really matter. So you have to really figure out and pay attention to what things matter and what things don't matter. And you have to do that for 4. Is it 4? No, I think it's 3. I think it's 3 sections. Because it's 3 groups of information that you're trying to connect the dots with. You have to go through, and you have to do these individually. You have to go through David's things and try to figure out what's important information out of that. You have to go through Nathan's stuff, figure out what information out of that. And then you have to go through Frank's stuff and figure out information out of that. And then from there, you have to take those important information and then figure out what information from those relate to each other. And then from there, you finally figure out that there is this location that we have that things are pointing to. And in this cuz some of this information can be annoying too, because Nathan's phone that you found that was in the back of the couch, you could find out that that phone, and the phone has a lock on it, and then you have to find out in the pieces of paper that Nathan has a bunch of numbers on it, and then you got to figure out what the phone code is to unlock the phone and all that stuff. Like, it could be pretty long and tedious depending on the player, this section. So I wouldn't blame anyone who doesn't like who doesn't like this part of the episode. It's pretty crazy. But anyway, after you find out the information, this location, you give it to Chloe, and Chloe looks up on the computer where this location is and how to get there. So after you have this location, right, you end up going to this this like barn. This like barn in the middle, like kind of like in the middle of nowhere, like in the outskirts somewhere. You end up finding this barn, and you're like, okay, this barn is kind of weird. You also find out that that this barn is actually owned by the Prescott family. So you have a connection, direct connection to Nathan there. So that's crazy. So now you have to find a way to get into the barn. After you find a way to get in there, now you got to look around inside the barn. And then as you're looking around, you could find that there's this big door in the floor. So clearly there's a hidden room underneath the barn. So you find this door, and you're like, okay, now we need to find a way to get into to get the door open, because the door is locked. So you need to find out a way to get in there. So you find out a way to get in there, which is its own tiny little puzzle on how to break the lock from that door, because it's not entirely like easy to do it. It's not like grabbing a fire extinguisher that's right next to the door and breaking it open. It's not that easy. So you find out a way to open the door. You open the door. You go down some stairs and go down this tiny little hallway, and it leads you to this big like a vault door. Like it has a little the little wheel thing to open, that you have to turn to open the door and everything. Like it's it's like a bank vault door, but not to the huge degree of that. But it's like a smaller scale version of that, but it's a pretty heavy duty door. So now you have to find a way to get into that door. So you do a little puzzle to find to get a way to get the outside door open. By outside door, I mean the door that's in the barn, that's on the floor. And then now once you get past that, now you find this big ass locked door. And now you need to find out the code to open that door, because you need a code for that one. And the code you could figure out how to do it from you could kind of figure out process of elimination of the door, because there's 3 numbers on the keypad that have like little wear and tear on the numbers. So you already know that it's a combination of these 3 numbers. But there's no clues or anything in the barn that's gonna tell you what that code is. So it's either you play the guessing game of the keypad, or if you were paying attention to the clues of the numbers that are in Nathan's, that was in Nathan's clues on the board, if you were paying attention to that, you will find that on the paper there was these 3 numbers that were written on the paper, which at the time, if you're paying attention, you would find is odd, because at the time you're trying to look for the number to unlock the phone, and the phone unlock number is a 4-digit number. So why is there this 1 3-digit number written on this piece of paper? So if you remember what that number is, then you already know what the passcode is to unlock the door. So you don't have to play like eeny, meeny, miny, mo with the passcode and try to figure that out. So in any case, you unlock the door, you open the big ass door, and you go inside, and it's this big like bunker room. And the front part of it that's by the door has some like food supplies and stuff there. But then when you go to the side, to your left, because if you're, because from my left, you go my left this way, right? And you find this big open area. And set up in that open area is this white photo like photo shoot area that has a bunch. It's like all covered in white. Like it has like the little like pulled up like kind of like a green screen thing, but it's like this big white sheet that goes on the floor and whatnot. And it's like all over the floor. It also has like white like mat and stuff like on the floor there. There's like a couch or whatnot like in front. There's a desk with a computer and stuff like in the corner and like in the corner over there. Because the whole photo shoot thing is way in the back. Like it's all the way in the back of the room. And then the couch and the computer stuff are towards the front of the room where you turn to where the door is. So you got all that there. And you also find on top of the couch is Nathan's Nathan's jacket. Like you find Nathan's jacket is like just laying on top of the couch. So clearly Nathan's been here. If that wasn't clear enough, the fact that he has the passcode on the written down on a piece of paper. But in any case, you're like, what the fuck is this? Like it also, like in front of the white photo shoot area, they already have like a camera set up on like a tripod and everything. Like they already have that all set up there. So you're like, what the fuck is going on? You look around a little bit, and you go behind where the desk is, right? And there's like this big like cabinet, right? So you go to open the cabinet, and when you open the cabinet, you find all the red binders with all the names on them, which is the binders that you saw a glimpse of, like a close-up glimpse of, at the end of the montages at the end of episode 1 and 2. And immediately, you see, like, Chloe and Max sees that the last 3 binders have from newest to oldest, the last 3 are Victoria, Kate, and Rachel. So they see those 3, they take those 3 binders out of the cabinet, and Victoria's first in the pile, so they open up Victoria's book and they're like, it's empty. Like there's nothing in it. So it was like, okay, I wonder why. So they move Victoria's binder to the side, and then they open Kate's binder, because Kate's next in the stack. And they see even more detail of a little bit of the photos that you saw, that you got a little glimpse of at the end, during the ending montage of episode 2. When the camera panned from the red binder to the desk, and you saw that there was a red binder that that Kate's photos were getting ready to be put into. You get to see that the finished binder, so you get to see the very uncomfortable photo. Like, it's nothing extremely explicit, but it's like weird bondage photos of like Kate like tied up with her like wrists and stuff, like duct taped and things and whatnot, and she's laying on top of the white paper and stuff that's on the photo shoot area in the room. Like, you see that there's photos there, that's where like these photos were taken, and it's very creepy. Like, and clearly, you could also tell from the photos that Kate is seriously like drugged up. Like, it's very obvious that like in the photos, Kate's like eyes are like her eyes are open and stuff. But you could tell that she's, because you could find some drugs and stuff in the room too as you're walking around. So you put 2 and 2 together and be like, oh, clearly Kate is drugged, like, to the point where she doesn't even, like, the eyes may be open, but it's very clear nobody's home. So yeah, she ends up, so you see those photos and you're like, what the fuck? This is some crazy shit. So you put Kate's book to the side, Kate's binder to the side, you put that one to the side, and then you open up Rachel's binder. And as you can probably guess by now, the photos are also really similar. Like, Rachel is bound up in duct tape and stuff. Like her wrists, her leg, like you actually see her legs. Like, her legs have bound up with like tape and stuff too. So you see a couple of photos and they're really, just as uncomfortable. Like yeah, you could assume, like, all you can see is that they're bound and stuff, and they're being heavily like drugged up, so they're not aware of anything that's happening. Like, that's what you see in the photos, but your mind can go all over the place and be like, okay, we're seeing these photos, but were they potentially like sexually assaulted in any way? Like, they're still, like, obviously they're still assaulted, they're still being kidnapped and stuff, but it's potentially can be more disturbing that if they may have been like sexually abused while this stuff was going on too. You don't know that for sure. Don't Nod doesn't take it that far, but there's enough implication that you can potentially read it that way too. Like, none of the characters bring it up or anything. Like, they don't explicitly say anything one way or the other. but they do but you know, they do show you the bondage, the drugs and all that, and it's like if they're already taking advantage of girls to this degree, who's to say that they didn't go that step farther? You know what I mean? As I said, even though nobody says anything that explicitly is saying yes, that is exactly what happened. Like Kate doesn't say anything that leads you in that direction or anything like that. Like nobody goes in that direction. But it's a horrifying thought that could potentially happen, because the opportunity is blatantly there. Like, who's to say they didn't take the opportunity to do it? You know what I mean? But in any case, obviously, and also there's a picture that you find in Rachel's photos after you get past the photos of the bondage stuff and in the room that were in the room and stuff. After you get past that stuff, you find a photo of that's clearly not in the room, because it's a close-up of a hole, a dugout hole, and Rachel's body is in the hole. And also, for some whatever sick, fucked up reason, Nathan's body is in the hole, but Rachel's body, her eyes are closed and everything too. So, but with Nathan looks like he's kind of like posing on top of her, because his eyes are open. Like you see that his eyes are clearly open there. So it seems like he, for the most part, is being posed. Or posing. Like, either way. But yeah, he gets so after that, after seeing that photo, Chloe looks at the is looking like Chloe at this point is getting hysterical. Like, she's trying to come up with different different excuses, being like, well, Rachel always wanted to be a model and stuff, so maybe she was paid to pose like this and things like that and all that stuff. So she's trying to rationalize the disturbing shit that she's seeing here. Which Max is clearly like telling her like, girl, I do not think that any of this is planned or staged in any way. Like, I don't think Rachel is in on anything that's happening here. And after seeing the picture of in the whole thing, Chloe looks somehow, I don't know how, but it's amazing that she could figure it out, because the picture is like an overhead shot, and all you see is the hole. So there's nothing really that you can make out there from that. But for whatever reason, Chloe is able to recognize where that hole is. And she's like, that's the junkyard. So we have to go to the junkyard. Ooh, excuse me. So we go to the so Chloe is immediately distraught and being like, we gotta go to the junkyard. So we get up. So she's immediately like going to the door and being like yo, we gotta go. Cause now we know potentially where Rachel is and stuff, like where. So we gotta go there. And we go to and at this point Max can like look around again, and you could open up the computer, right? The computer that's already at the desk that you're in front of, because you look through the binders on the desk. And you could open that up, and you could actually see the pictures of Kate that they were working on. So they have like windows open on like Kate's photos and stuff, and what they're like turning them black and white and things, like they're editing the photos up. I guess to their liking, to a better style that they like, which is even more disturbing and creepy enough. Also, you could also find paperwork in the dark room, because this is the dark room that Nathan was talking about. In the ramblings that you found on the principal's computer, this is the dark room that Nathan kept psychotically scribbling down and drawing on the thing. But the dark hole that Nathan drew in those drawings that you found on the principal's computer, that's clearly a reference to the hole that they put Rachel in the photograph. That's at the junkyard. So connecting all the dots here. So we go there. So we also, the paperwork also confirms that the bunker was built by the Prescotts, because you see like Nathan's father's name being mentioned there, and like how much the bunker cost and all that stuff. So you get even more concrete evidence that this is a Prescott creation. This bunker, the dark room setup is like a Prescott creation. At least the Prescotts paid for it to be made. That's pretty much the the evidence there. And then you find the so you just go so after that you go to the junkyard, right after you found all that stuff. You go to the junkyard. I will say a little tidbit to the music. The music that plays during this scene at the junkyard is really good. It's really good and really sad if you couldn't piece together what's about to happen. You get to the spot where the hole was. And I say was because clearly the hole's been filled. Like, it's not an open hole. So you get to that spot. And with your bare hands, because there's nothing, because I don't believe there's anything else really in the junkyard that you could really use, you end up digging up the hole, pretty like with your bare hands for the most part. Like both Max and Chloe are just digging. And they finally get to something. They see a blue. You see like a blue like bag. Like you don't. They're not explicitly gonna show you anything. They just show you a little bit of the blue bag just so you know that Rachel is there. But you don't physically see her. Like at all. But you see that bag, you dig it up, and Max, I think it's Max that like opens it up. You don't see any of this, so you're only going off of the physical motions that the characters are doing and what they're saying and how they're reacting during this whole time. So they open up the bag, and obviously she's been missing, because at this point you already know that Rachel's been missing for like 3 months. I think it's 3 months. But the point is, it's been months since she's been missing. And when you open the bag, Max even says she kind of immediately like flinches away like this because there's a rotting smell, like obviously coming out of the bag. So clearly she's been dead for a while. And meanwhile, none of this, well, the smell doesn't affect Chloe, because Chloe at all is just like broken at this point. Like, she's distraught. She is like yelling, crying her eyes out. She even goes over and starts like throwing up after a while. And then she like curls up in a fetal position and is just like bawling. And meanwhile, Max, comes over to her and is like trying to comfort her and like hugging her while Chloe is just destroyed. Which I will say, this scene, besides the music hitting so hard with the emotion, I'm gonna need it. Oh, there you go. There you go. Excuse me. That the acting, that the acting from Ashley Birch, who voices Chloe in this, who voices Chloe here in the original Life is Strange. Her performance in acting during this scene, amazing. Amazing. It also, her acting throughout the game has been like amazing, really good. but this moment hits so hard because yo, Ashley brought it. Like she brought it so hard for this well, for the role in general, but this particular scene, like she just brought it. Which I believe is also a scene that even Ashley herself, I believe, points to as one of the most emotional points of the game. But yeah, so does uh she does that. The camera is also the limitations, the technical limitations, and the budget of the game. The original budget of the game, for the original version, anyway, is very obvious in a lot of different like aspects. Like obviously the limited like idle animations and stuff, and the cycled animations for when characters are talking to each other and all that. Like the limitations are very clear. And one of the biggest limitations that they had for the game was facial. So they didn't have a lot of facial budget for facial animations, really. So for the most part, a lot of the characters don't really the characters for the most part. There's not a lot of emotion shown on the characters' faces. Like even in situations where they should have like certain facial expressions, they kind of just don't. And also the original lip syncing for the game was not great. So so a lot of the dialogue and talk and lip syncing didn't really match up a lot. So which kind of sucks. But which really affected this scene because when Chloe is doing all this emotion and she's doing the when she's going over to the side and throwing up and everything, and she's in the fetal position where her head down and she's like bawling and everything and crying and like shouting and upset. She kind of has a hand kind of like on her forehead, kind of like this. So it's kind of like hiding like her eyes and like her face pretty much. So, and the reason that's like that is because they didn't have the budget to like animate all that emotion in her face. So what they did is that and even the throwing up, they couldn't really like animate that or show any facial expressions for that. So they ended up like using the camera to like pan around and be placed in certain angles where you can't get a good look at faces or anything, so you can't see anything. So that's what happens. Not like because in the remastered version, one of the major things they did was facial expressions and lip syncing. So there's a lot more expressive facial movement and stuff in the remastered version than the original version. Like there's clearly more other changes that they did as far as visual stuff goes, but but that's one of the major ones that you can see a lot of. So yeah, so she does. So after that scene, you guys decide. Well, Chloe now decides that now she's out for blood. Now she's out for blood. Now she has her the gun, whichever gun she's using, she has at the time, doesn't matter. She has it loaded, she's ready to use it, and she's like, now we're gonna find Nathan, and I'm going to take care of him now. Like now I'm not even, like now she's in the mental state of like now I want his life now. Like now I just want him gone. Gone now. Just like Rachel's gone. She wants him gone. So you go back to the school. You go back to the school, and you have to wonder, like, and you're probably wondering like why they go to the school. They go to the school specifically because there's like this big there's this big like party that's going on, that's being thrown by this big like popular kid club called the Vortex Club, and it's a club that like that pretty much Victoria and all the bullies and some of the jocks and stuff are a part of. And they're throwing like this party. So they're like, oh, since we know that Nathan, since we already know for a while now that Nathan is a part of the Vortex Club and all that stuff, he may be at the party, so we could probably find him at the party. And if we can't find him, then there's probably people there that might know where he is, so we could probably, like, find him that way. So we go to the party. But right before, so after Chloe is like, all right, I got the gun loaded and stuff. We're gonna find him and whatnot. Meanwhile, Max is like, not really up for busting a cap in Nathan's ass. So Max is just like, let me handle it. If things go south, then you have something to take care of it or whatnot. But let me try this my way right now and calm down, because you have a lot of emotions going on right now, and you're not really thinking rationally right now. Because all this is happening within the same day that all this is happening. So we have not like gone into another day yet. So a lot of shit is happening within one day. And by the time the party's going on, it's just now nighttime. So we get out. We're at the parking lot. We go to the party, to the parking lot. At the parking lot, and we go. As we're going, we run into Warren, and Warren is coming out of the party, and he has a drink in his hand, and he's clearly like drunk. He's either really drunk or really tipsy. Either way, the guy's been drinking. So he sees Max and Chloe, and he's like, hey, how's it going? Blah, 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 blah. And meanwhile, Chloe isn't having any of it. She's like immediately like, where's Nathan? I was like, do you know where Nathan is? Like, we need to get into the party. But they're like, hurry up. I need to go. Like, Warren has no idea where he is. He hasn't seen him since the incident at the dorm. So Chloe's like, all right. And then he was like, okay, Max, let's go. And meanwhile, Max is like, hold on a minute. Like, just trying to make sure that Warren's okay. And he's like, you know what? He was like, hold on a minute. Let me take he whoops out like a camera, and he's like, yo, let me take a picture, you and me, Max. Like take a picture. So he snaps a picture of him and Max, like a quick little photo of both of them, right? So he does that, and Max like gently be like, okay, you're kind of wasted. Go back to your room and kind of like chill out and whatnot and relax. So he goes and does that. He's like, all right, let's go. He goes and does that. Chloe and Max go into the party. Chloe kind of went a little bit ahead of her because obviously she's getting like really impatient. She wants to hurry up and find Nathan. So Max joins her at the party. Chloe is like, I'm gonna go look around and see if I'm gonna ask some people where he is, see if I can find him. And we kind of split up at the party and try to see if we could find out anything, and then we'll meet up and compare, like, if we know whatever we know or whatever we find out. And the party is being held at the pool. So it's the pool area from episode 3 that has been changed into like this party thing. And everybody's like in the pool, you like partying it up and stuff, and there's like a DJ thing at the side of the area where the diving board is for the party. It's like over there. So that's all the way at the other end. So if this is the pool, the diving board is over here. It's all the way over here. Because when you come in, you're coming in from this side of the pool. You're coming in on this end. So you have to go in. You kind of get yourself in. There's various ways you can get yourself inside. If you were nice to Victoria's friends like Courtney and Taylor, if you were nice to them and like more sympathetic towards them and trying to get to know them, you do find out that they have like issues themselves that they're dealing with. So if you're like sympathetic for that and try to like lend an opening hand, that improves your relationship with them, and you could kind of gain access to the party and stuff before episode 4. So if you're more friendly towards them throughout like episode 2 and episode 3, when you're around the school area and you gain the opportunities to like talk to everyone, if you're doing positive interactions with them, then getting into the party and stuff and getting to where you gotta go is extremely easy. Because all you gotta do is like talk to them and be like, yo, what's up? And they're like, oh, we'll let you in, and like things like that. Like, it's very easy to do it if you go down that route. If you don't go down that route and you either haven't talked to anyone at all, or if you were just flat out mean and don't give a shit, then you're heavily restricted at where you have to go in the party, and you have to find a way to like sneak into the area where you gotta be. So, which leads to a funny moment which leads to some funny moments, but it's kind of like adding more time and like needless like wandering around and stuff. So pretty much like being nice and considerate and trying to like empathize with people and try to figure out what makes them who they are really benefits you in a lot of ways and streamlines a lot of certain obstacles that you would have later. Which is a really good aspect of the game, by the way. That you could have these things that could make the game a little more difficult or make it more easy depending on how much exploration you do and how much interaction you do with certain characters and stuff, which is really cool. But in any case, so you get into the VIP section of the party, where all the Vortex Club members primarily are. So you get in there. Nobody knows. As you're going through all of this, nobody really knows where Nathan is. Like people have seen him earlier in the day, but nobody has seen him recently. So you're not getting anywhere with that, like at all. But when you get to the VIP section, even most of them don't know where Nathan is either. But you also run into Victoria. So you talk to Victoria, and then you can talk to her, and you could obviously find out if she knows where Nathan is and all that stuff. And there's a lot of dialogue variation with Victoria here, depending on certain interactions that you've had with her from the very first episode up until this point. And even beyond this point, because there's like a secret interaction that you can get after this, depending on what you tell her. So, which is importantly this: you can, after you find out that she doesn't know where Nathan is either, and she's kind of worried about him because he's been acting kind of more funny than usual. She's known him for like a while. So she kind of has an idea of like some of the shit that he's dealing with. Hence is why she's more sympathetic to him. But they're both bullies, so they're still taking out their shit on the wrong people and stuff. Which in this moment, depending on if you're very nice to her, if you've been trying to kill her with kindness pretty much from the beginning of the game up until this point, she can pretty much open up to you and blatantly like tell you like I don't think you're a piece of shit, Max. I don't think you're bad. Your work is bad. The photos you take are bad. I actually think all of like what you do is actually really good. I'm actually very envious of you. I like the fact that you don't give a shit about what other people think. Unfortunately, I do. I care too much about what people think. And that's why I act the way I do and things like that and stuff. So so if you're nice, it gets real good payoff here of of getting an understanding of Victoria and her and Max like building a little bit of not a friendship, but building a little bit of an understanding between the two of them, which is really nice to see. And if you're able to do that, you can tell Victoria that be careful around Nathan. Like if you run into Nathan at some point, be careful and stuff. Like pretty much like without explicitly 100% telling her like, girl, there's a dark room. Nathan kidnapped Kate and shit. Took some weird photos and shit. Did all this crazy shit, and he put the photos on display in these like red binders and shit, and like all this stuff. and there's an empty red binder with your name on it and stuff like that. Like, you don't get that into that much detail to her, but you do warn her, like, girl, don't be alone tonight, and be careful about, like, what you drink and stuff. Like, pretty much being like, yo, be surrounded by your friends or something and things like that, and be careful. So if you were nice to her and built up the beginnings of a understanding between the two, she'll actually take your warning to heart and actually be like, for once, I will do what you ask of me. Like Victoria will say that to Max and stuff, and pretty much kind of offer to be like, hey, if you need anything, let me know. Like, starting to extend an olive branch to Max now, so that's kind of nice. So at that moment, Chloe comes in through a side door. She comes in. You go to meet up with her, and Chloe also has had no luck either of finding Nathan or anything of where he is. So you go. So you end up going to leave, right? Leave the party. You also met up with Jefferson also at the party, and you asked him about Nathan, and even he's like, I don't know where Nathan is either. I haven't seen him either. He's been acting kind of weird and stuff too. So even Jefferson don't know. Which I'm mentioning Jefferson here because I forgot to mention him earlier. Because at this point, when you're leaving, Jefferson gets up on the little stage they have where the DJ is to announce the winner of the photo contest. So Max is like, hold on a minute, because she wants to see who wins. Even though she didn't enter a photo because she ripped up the photo at the beginning of the game. So she didn't enter a photo, so you're not going to win, so I don't know why you want to find out. But either way, she wants to know who wins. Jefferson announces that the winner, shockingly, is Victoria. And not because, not necessarily because she slept with Jefferson, but because clearly Jefferson rejected her offer flat out. But mainly because she's the only other one that we know submitted anything for it. So of the characters that we know, the only other winner was going to be her anyway, because besides Max, nobody else was being said to be involved with the contest anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But so Victoria wins. She does the congratulate, the like, oh my god, I won thing. She makes a little like speech, and then at that point, like, Chloe is like, come on. So she finally drags Max away. They go out to the party. On the way out of the party, they go to heading towards the parking lot, right? Because now we gotta go somewhere else to try to figure out where he is. So on their way, Max gets a text message, and it's specifically you could see the phone, and it's specifically a text message from Nathan, and Nathan is pretty much telling them, like, I know you found where Rachel was. So clearly he knows that they were in the dark room. So he tells them on the text that that after tonight there'll be nothing left of Rachel. So they immediately are like, okay, he's going to the junkyard because he's going to try to get rid of evidence, right? So pretty much they run to the Chloe's pickup truck and immediately book it to the junkyard. So they just run to not run, they run to the pickup truck, and then from there they speed off to the junkyard. So they get to the junkyard, and then from there they go to they get to the junkyard, and it's like dark. It's just dark. Because it's the middle of the night, and it clearly is the junkyard. There's no light set up anywhere, so it's like pitch black in here. Very creepy, very creepy. Ooh, excuse me. One of the things also, when you went to find, after you find Rachel's body and you're clean and you're, and Max is consoling like Chloe in the fetal position, the camera moves out, like pans out, and there's this like spirit like deer, like it's a see-through deer and whatnot, like kind of like ghostly, and the deer is looking at them, and then the deer just like bows down its head like that, and disappears. Like you see it like disappear and stuff. Key point for that too is the first time you see that spirit deer, because Max she doesn't see the spirit deer in that instance, but she has seen the spirit deer before. And that same exact spirit deer she saw in episode 2. She sees the deer in episode 2, in the part when you're trying to find the bottles. She sees the deer there. If you go to the side of the junkyard looking for bottles where the deer is, you'll see it. And initially, when you see the deer, if you don't get too close, the deer doesn't move or anything. But if you just look at like from far away, if you could see the deer, you look at it, and the deer is sitting. It's laying down with its head up, and it's laying down on top of the exact spot where you would find Rachel. And if you get close to the deer gets up and runs off. You could also take a photo of the deer, but when you check the photo, there's nothing in the photo, so the spirit deer doesn't come out on camera. But that's a hint of what it's kind of taken that spirit deer is kind of Rachel's like spirit trying to guide, trying to tell them like where she is. Hence why the spirit deer, when you do find her, that the deer is there, and it like bows down, bows its head to them, and disappears after, because it's like, you finally found me, so now I can, like, go. Also, a little sneaky thing is in the shack that Chloe and Rachel had in the junkyard, on the wall there's a thing that in marker that has written on the wall, Chloe was here, and then on the bottom it says Rachel was here. Which obviously Rachel wrote, because it's in Rachel's handwriting that Rachel was here. But you can look at it at face value, because obviously she was here. You see her stuff in the little shack, but it comes back to being a double meaning, because in the future you would find out that she is there still. She's still in the junkyard. She was there the whole time. So it's kind of a double meaning. And then when you go back to the junkyard here to try to stop Nathan from getting rid of the body, when you're walking around to try to get to where Rachel is, you can sidetrack and go to the shack again, where for Chloe and Rachel's shack, and you can find that that at some point someone was there and aggressively marked out the Rachel was here part, which is very creepy. Also, you could Max can actually write down Max was here right under the Rachel was here thing. So you could kind of get all three of them to write on the wall, which is kind of funny. Cuz it's almost like they're like there together in a way. But in any way, you finally get to where she is. The body is still there. Which Chloe confirms. She like goes down and she's like, oh, she's still here, and stuff. And they're like, all right, so we got here before he did, right? So Max kind of gets up and kind of like backs up a little bit, and then from behind her, somebody comes up from behind her and sticks Max in the neck with a needle. And immediately Max is like already getting groggy and is like, whoa, what the? So immediately she's been drugged. Clearly. So Max is stumbling and she's trying to rewind, but her rewind powers are not working now. Because obviously her rewind powers have been working again since have been working. Because that's how you've been solving these puzzles the whole time, is like you had to do your rewind thing. But so her powers have been working just fine before this. Like she hasn't had any nosebleeds or anything like that. So she's gotten stronger with her powers. But because she's been drugged and she's like losing like consciousness and stuff, her powers are not working. So even though she's trying to do it, and you see like the effect of the powers trying to work, but it's not working. So while she's trying to do that, she shouts out to Chloe. Like she calls Chloe's name, and Chloe gets up from where, because Chloe's back is towards what's happening. So Chloe can't clearly see what's happening. So when Max calls for her, she gets up, turns around, and is like, what the fuck? And then goes to pull out the gun, and then right when she's about to line up the gun like that, whoever needled Max in the neck immediately shoots Chloe right in the forehead, like point blank, like straight between the eyes. You still don't know who it is, like 100%. So, so she gets shot. She clearly gets shot and killed because she got shot right between the eyes. And she falls to the ground, and literally the back of her head where the blood would come out from the back of her head is over the hole where Rachel's body is. So it's almost like she got like buried with her, which is really fucked up and disturbing. But but yeah, so that happens, and Max is already almost like completely unconscious, but she sees this still happening, and she can't do anything, and she's like, "Fuck, Chloe," and and she can't and uh she can't do anything, so she kind of like lays down on her back, like as she's losing consciousness, and then she sees the figure that shot Chloe and needled her in the neck walk over to her. And if you're paying attention to like what the person's wearing and stuff, you could tell that it's not Nathan. That this person is not Nathan. And then you get the camera pans up, switches from what Max is seeing, from looking at Max to showing what Max is looking at, and it comes into focus, and it's Mr. Jefferson. And that's where the episode ends. So, which just like episode 3, it just cuts to black immediately after the reveal. And there's no montage, there's no ending montage song or anything like that. There's nothing. It's just cut, credits. Well, episode credits. That's some crazy shit. But yeah, so that happens. Really shocking ending, to be fair. Which, if you, plus if you're paying attention, if you're actually paying attention, you can actually kind of figure out that twist. You can kind of figure out the twist coming, actually, because there are gonna be certain things that Jefferson kind of says and react to that kind of make him more suspicious. So now at this point, it's very obvious now that yes, Nathan was involved. That at this point, that's abundantly clear. But clearly, he wasn't doing this by himself. So that's the big twist here. Is that it's not one person doing this; it's multiple people doing this. So that's the big end, the big ending. which is just insanely crazy. So with that being said, I think one, it's very obvious where episode 4 is going. Episode 4, Dark Room. Damn. Like I would put episode 3. I do put episode 3, give a slight edge to episode 3, only because the ending of the going into the picture and changing timelines and the consequences from that, and seeing William alive and Chloe paralyzed in a wheelchair is really more shocking for me. Like it's a really more shocking thing, because obviously it's something you don't see coming, so it's a little bit more shocking. But the Jefferson reveal is also shocking, but there's enough breadcrumbs that are laid out beforehand if you're paying attention enough to find them. So that I give. So that's why I give episode 3 the slight edge off of episode 4. So that's how that goes. Let's see. I'm kind of debating on should we do episode 5 now, or should we save it? What time is it? Episode 5 is pretty short, so I believe I could get through it real quick. Well, quick as in terms of relatively quick. But let me be right back real quick, because I need to let me see if I grab something real quick. Yo. Well, okay. Well, with that little break, I am not going to be able to get through episode 3. Episode 3. Yo. I'm not going to be able to get through. I was going to see if I could get through episode 5, but me going through what happens in episode 5 is going to take a minute. Even though it's the shorter episode, there is a lot of stuff that happens in it. So not at the moment, but I will. I'll let you know, as I said. But in any case, next time I'll see if we can get through episode 5 though. Not Squid Game. I'm not seeing. I haven't even seen any of them, to be honest with you. I've heard of them, but I haven't seen any of them. Once I have everything in order, then I'm gonna then I'll do it. Then I'll do it. But yeah, once everything's ready, I'll definitely let you know. But yeah, so since episode 5 is gonna take a minute to get through, I'm going to I'll leave it for next time, because I was not expecting going through episode 5 to take that long. Thankfully, when we get to the next categories, everything will move a little faster, because then there's a lot more cut and dry stuff going on like later, that we'll be able to get through some of these a little quicker. But yeah, in any case, I'll catch you. In any case, I'll catch everyone next time. So on behalf of myself, JR here, and my little big-headed guests over here, with Rachel, Chloe, and Max over here, we'll catch everyone next time. So later all.